Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Everyone please. Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Rama Vishal sing one. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Everyone together, please. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone together. Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
everyone, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
One. You can hear it?
Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Nithai Gauranga, Nithai Gauranga, Nithai Gauranga, Nithai Gauranga, Jaya Sachinandana Gaura Hari, Jaya Sachinandana Gaura Hari, Gaura 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 Hari, Gaura 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 Hari, Jaya Sachinandana Gaura Hari, Jaya Sachinandana Gaura Hari. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jagadguru Srila Prabhupada, Jagadguru Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Patita Pavana Prabhupada, Patita Pavana Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay, Hare Krishna. We've got 10 minutes left, so I wanted to share a really nice verse, currently, from Sage Tukaram. So he says that when you sit down and you chant the names of Krishna, the Lord will come and stand next to you. When you stand and you chant, the Lord will come and dance next to you. But when you dance and you chant, the Lord will come and embrace you. So if you want the embrace of the Lord and you're feeling inspired, today is a very auspicious day of Gaura, Purnima and Holi, so please let loose. Please stand up and dance. We've got only like 7 minutes left, so please take this opportunity to dance. Our monks here will come to the front and they will show you how to dance. So please join in. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, everyone. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Okay, one more. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, oh, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Nitai Gauranga, Jaya Sachidananda Gaura Hari, Jaya Sachidananda Gaura Hari, Gaura 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 Hari, Gaura 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 Hari, Nityananda Ram Jaya Nityananda Ram, Nityananda Ram, Nityananda Ram, Patita Pavana Gaura Hari, Patita Pavana Gaura Hari, Kali Yuga Avatar Gaura Hari, Kali Yuga Avatar Gaura Hari. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Everyone, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Everyone together. Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Woo! Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare please raise their hands. And we're going to chant 2 mantras together. Please chant from your heart, very loudly. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. A little louder, please. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. One more time, a little louder if you can. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Shri Gaura Nitai ki Shri Gaura Purnima Mahotsav ki
Check. One.
Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a massive round of applause for the men's ashram here at Bhaktivedanta Manor? And if we continue to put our hands in the air, we're going to chant 3 loud Haribols in their honor. Everybody's hands up. Wow, look at that. All I can see is a load of fingers going like that. All right? Haribol! Haribol! And on the last one, call out to the Lord. Haribol! Shri Shri Gaura Nitai ki! Srila Prabhupada ki! Men's ashram at Bhaktivedanta Manor ki! Thank you. Okay, so we're going to now get ready for the next part of the program. So just a little bit about today's program. Our program's running through till 8:30 this evening. And we have a number of really nice dramas and dances, so please do stay. It's either that or you're going to be out in the very cold rain as well. There's a lot of new faces here. Who's actually here for the first time? Wow. How did you come? How did you come here? You drove. Took the wrong turning? No, the right turning. Okay. So, any idea what festival today is? We talk about Gaura Purnima. Anyone know what Gaura Purnima is around? Anyone? Anyone want to take a guess? Okay, so the festival of Gaura Purnima is the appearance day of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who appeared in 1486, over 500 years ago. So anyone that's 1986 born, exactly 500 years ago. And he actually came on this world because we in this world were not God consciousness in any way. We were not spiritual. As we've progressed through time, we've become very material in the way we think. So Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came. He came as his own devotee, and he brought this Gaudiya Vaishnava movement to us, of which Srila Prabhupada has now empowered us with that movement. And then we take on the practices that we do today. So actually, whilst we are very thankful to Acharya Srila Prabhupada, we're also very thankful to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu for his mercy and for bringing this movement here. So today is the festival, and on Tuesday is the actual Gaura Purnima festival, which is the actual day itself. So I'm now going to introduce, I think I've got Mataji's name correct, but I think it's Gopi Chitra Mataji, which she's gone like that, which generally means I've got it wrong and she's just being very polite. There we go. So please give her a warm round of applause. She's going to introduce the children's group next. But please listen, because she's got a really nice introduction that she's going to give. Everyone's really asleep. Should we do 3 more Haribols just to wake everyone up before we... Right, everyone get their hands in the air again. There's some hands at the back which are not up. So everyone's hands in the air? Okay. Haribol! 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 And I'm going to hand over to Mataji now.
Hare Krishna, everyone. Hare Krishna. Happy Gaura Purnima. So we're celebrating the appearance day, which is like the birthday of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So he's come here in this particular age to give us love for Krishna. And the main way he gives love for Krishna is by chanting the holy names of the Lord. And while he was here, he performed many, many, many pastimes. And in this particular drama, we'll be looking at his childhood pastimes. They're very sweet, so much to learn from, and full of devotion, especially as he shows his devotion to the Lord.
devotees who are trying to make sense of bhakti and how it can work practically in our life as busy people with families and jobs. This is what we do. We provide courses, retreats, podcasts, and events that help to align us into our purpose here in this world. Making the best of our time here in this world, but also preparing us for the onward journey to the next world. So, we've done a lot of talking, you've done a lot of listening, right? Yeah? Okay, so I would like to hear from you guys. So, what I want you to do is stand up, everybody stand up. You can put your bag or jacket on your chair so no one takes it. I want you to do the following thing. I want you to go and find somebody you do not know. Wait for the instructions. Find somebody you do not know and tell them something that is uncommon about you. Okay? So don't tell them I've got grey hair, because if they look at you and you've got grey hair, it's not uncommon. Okay? So tell them something uncommon about you and keep moving until you find someone that has the same odd thing about them. Maybe it's a tattoo of Krishna somewhere on your neck and someone else. So you got to keep moving around until you find somebody who has the same statement as you. As soon as you found another person with the same statement, we want you to together put your hands up and say Gauranga, okay? As soon as you found someone. So 3, 2, 1, move. Start walking around, find someone. Who's that? Oh, thank you. Do you want to go with Mummy? Yeah. Okay. A lot of people are still standing by their chairs. So do move around, find somebody, tell them your name. We'll wait for someone else. You have to shout. Okay, everybody, listen up. Shh. We've got potentially a winner. Let's hear from these two boys. So first say your name, where you're coming from, and what was your uncommon statement.
My name is Madhav and I come from Watford. And I like music and so does he.
Your name?
My name is David. I come from Watford, and I like music, same as him.
Okay, so give him a round of applause. We've got something here. Anyone else got something more uncommon, something very odd? You have something. Okay, is this your dad? Your dad is calling you odd? No? Okay. Okay, so let's hear what it is.
I shout a lot.
You shout a lot, and so does Mataji. Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Anyone else? Anyone else? Shout Gauranga over there. Okay, let's come over there. Okay, say your names first.
My name is Tejas, and I come from Slough, and I like building Legos.
Yeah, my name is Sakshi. Sakshi. So we love Lego.
And are you
Made Lego.
daughter and mom? Sorry, son and mom?
Yeah.
This is your son?
Yeah, it's my son.
Oh, you don't know her. Okay. She's saying this is her son, and he's saying he doesn't know her. Okay, there's a bit more work to be done there. Anyone else on the other side? Any uncommon truths? Anyone here? I think we've got one here. Okay, say your names.
My name is Bishal.
My name is Anil.
And what's the...
I like watching anime.
What is the task? I forgot it.
Okay, they don't know. They don't understand the rules. Okay, so wonderful. So if you can all take a seat again, we're now going to hear from our special panel. And I would suggest if there's any parents who own these children here, feel free to come and capture them and entertain them, because we're going to have a discussion now. And there's some empty seats at the front. So those of you at the back, you're welcome to come to the front so that we're here. All the kids, shh. So parents, once again, if your children are here and they're very enthusiastic and want to be part of the stage show, we invite them next festival onto the stage. But for this one, if they can be with you, that would be fantastic. Okay, so without further ado, let us invite our panelists. So first of all, we would like to invite Shilen Prabhu onto the stage. He's a recruitment specialist. He's got a little fan club over there. Make some noise, guys. And he heads up the volunteering for School of Bhakti. He's so good at recruiting, he's even got a tattoo on his forearm that says recruitment. Show them.
I love recruitment.
There we go. And next we'd like to invite on Sundari Radha Mataji. She's the leader of School of Bhakti. Please make some noise. She's an operations specialist and just recently did an MBA whilst having 3 children and working here at the temple, and she heads up School of Bhakti. Then we have Amit Prabhu, who is a medical specialist, and he works as a volunteer and content creator for School of Bhakti. And finally, but not last, we have Anita Mataji. She's the head of our student care experience, and she's a medical surgeon in pediatrics. So please make some noise for these individuals. Okay, the only ones that were clapping are the ones that we paid. So can everybody make some noise? Okay, now they feel more settled. Okay, so what we're going to be discussing is the message of mercy. These individuals are all busy people with families. These two cut people a lot with their surgeon knives. But why do they give up their free time to serve? That's the crux of what we're going to look at today. And so I'll be the host asking the questions. And we want to also hear from you, okay? Okay, let me turn this around. Can you all hear me? Okay, good. I was just checking you're listening. So it's just going to be done over 4 segments. And the first segment is called the identity mask. Raise your hands if you feel that you wear more than one hat. What kind of hats do you guys wear? Someone here.
Being a mother, homeschooler, performing artist, working as manager, and then trying to, sometimes not good, but hide my spiritual preferences.
Yeah, so we all experience that, right? We've got the parent hat, the child hat. We have to take our elderly parents, hospitals look after them. Sometimes we're the comedian at home to make our children laugh. We're the therapist for them. So many different hats. And so these individuals also have to carry the burden of wearing different hats, but they do it with so much joy. And that's why we want to ask them a couple of questions. So, question 1, folks, is tell us a little bit about yourselves, what you do beyond what I've just already said, and answer this question. We spend our lives building our position or our social resume to impress or feel part of something in the world, to feel validated. When did you first realize that your job title or social status wasn't actually you? Let's start with Shilen.
Thank you. Hare Krishna, everyone. So I'll start by saying, growing up as in an Indian family, the status quo was, when you're a kid, you have a lot of fun. You educate yourself hard, go to a good school, get lots of tuition, lots of extracurricular activities, go to university, get a really good degree, get a really good job, earn loads of money, get married, get a nice big house, lovely cars, go on several lovely holidays, get fine jewelry, fine designer clothes. have children, watch them grow up, watch them have children, become a grandparent, and see the whole thing go round again, and then you die. And then when you die, we have a funeral, and at the funeral, people cry, people talk about the memories with you, and then 2 weeks later, we're forgotten. That's the harsh truth. And so when I started thinking about this, I was just like, seriously? Is that really all there is to life? And so I started thinking, wow, when I see people around me, my friends, my family, they're just going round and round in this circle, searching for happiness, and searching for happiness in material things. By the way, there's nothing wrong with having fancy cars, fancy watches, going on lovely holidays. But for me, I started questioning, what is the purpose of my life? And so, what was the question again?
Just so you know, he had 10 holidays last year. Anyway, okay. We spent our lives building up this resume.
Okay, cool.
When did you first realize that this wasn't, all these external things wasn't you?
I feel like I've rinsed material life. I've done everything you can possibly think of, and I still felt something was missing. And it's only when I came to this Hare Krishna temple and started chanting Hare Krishna, which is a practice, that I actually felt some fulfillment in my heart.
And can I ask all of you, all in the audience, who here has felt, be honest, don't just put it up because like you're on TV, but who here feels like they're happy, but they're not always satisfied? There's something missing, even though they've kind of done all the things that they thought they wanted to achieve in life. Who still feels that there's still something not fully there? Raise your hand. Okay, thank you for your honesty. Okay, now Sundari, let's hear from you. When and why did that change happen for you?
So for me, I grew up in central London, so there weren't many Indians around. I was mainly brought up with like Christians and Muslims. So I found it quite hard to know what my own background was, where I belonged. And it was when I connected with the temple that I felt this place of belonging. And, you know, got married, worked up the ladder. I worked in Costco head office, Marks and Spencer's head office. So worked in a lot of buying roles. And they were quite senior roles, which took a lot of my time. But the point where I felt like, you know, this is kind of ruining my own identity was when it took a toll on my family. So the fact that I wasn't able to give as much time to them. When coming home from work, you were fighting over what you're making for dinner, who's doing what. And I realized the consciousness from work was being transferred to my home life. And for me, that was a turning point, that something needs to change. And if my longing is to serve and to give, then what can I change in my day-to-day life to do that, to be a better wife, a better mother? And how can I support my household?
That's such a profound point. I'm pretty sure many of you echo that same sentiment of, like, the life. There was somebody recently who said to me, it's so difficult to just add spiritual life into my life. And I said, why? And they said, because, you know, like, we have to work. And I said, why do you have to work? And they said, you know, like the bills and the house and the mortgage and everything. I said, okay, but why do you have this size house and mortgage? And they said, you know, because, like, we live in London. I said, why do you choose to live in London? And they said, you know, because, you know. And I said, no, I'm not asking you. I don't know why. And they said, because. So we choose. We make a choice of the lifestyle we want and then have to work to meet that lifestyle. And what Sundari is saying is she decided to change her lifestyle to fit what she valued, which was being available for the kids. Raise your hands if anyone's had to recently do that change. I know in the corporate world sometimes it can get, yeah, Keshav also is making that change at the age of 5. Thank you, Sundari, for that. Dr. Amit.
Hi there. I've got a different experience to share because I grew up in India and I was a good boy in school, you know, the typical teacher's pet kind of a boy who wanted to be the top of his class, who wanted to be very good in studies, and that naturally led me to become a doctor which is like every parent's dream. But interestingly, my parents didn't want that, but either way. So then I went through MBBS, my MD medicine, then I did neurology, up the ladder, and then I thought, okay, that's where I'm going, and this is my journey. And Krishna and God have decided this for me in a way at the time, that this is my path. My path is of service to humanity. And I was very proud. Very, very long, I felt I'm a scientist, I'm doing a lot of research. I'll get to the edge of this horizon of knowledge, and there I will find spirituality. Things changed with the Sangha. So we had Sangha in Staines, and Navdeep Chand Prabhu, who was amazing in teaching us about Gita. And one of the things I asked him, but if you are serving, like my nature of my job is I'm serving all the time, isn't that also part of my service to Krishna? And he was very clear. He said, 5%. I said, what? I'm a doctor. I feel very proud of the fact that I actually spend time with my patients, I do well. And he said, that's 5%. That's not going to get you to Krishna. You need to do something to get, if you want to qualify with this spiritual knowledge, you need to work towards it. And I was like, that was a shock. That was a shock for me. And then subsequently we had another session, and it was actually it was Haridas Varya Prabhu this time, and he talked about the 3 modes of material nature. And I realized I was actually stuck in the sattva mode. And he explained that you can be stuck in the sattva mode as well. Even if you're doing everything fine and you think you're in the sattva mode, that is also a mode of material nature, and you're stuck here. That was the awakening call for me. I was like, actually, I'm stuck. I didn't realize that I was not in the right path. All my life, I felt trapped in this material world, thinking I'm doing great. And then I realized I'm actually trapped. That's the first waking call for me.
And so please raise your hands if you have heard the term modes of material nature. Okay, let me explain. There's 3 modes or invisible energies that affect us, whether tall, short, fat, thin, black, white. It's irrespective. It's a universal energy, and it's Krishna's energy, and they affect us in different ways. And there's goodness, passion, and ignorance. And the Sanskrit for that is sattva, rajas, and tamas. Raise your hands if you feel you're in the mode of goodness. Raise your hands if you think you're in the mode of passion. Raise your hands if you think you're in the mode of ignorance. And raise your hands if you don't understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay, most of you. Good. Thank you so much. Okay. So, but at least you understand English, so you're in the right place. That's good. Okay. So, being trapped in the mode of goodness seems like good, because being a good person is what YouTubers make lots of money on, doing kind things. But actually, there's something beyond that, which is a transcendental or spiritual mode, where you're working for something beyond this material, ethereal world, which is for Krishna. And so, that's a lovely story of how you felt like you've got to do something beyond just being good, which is then serving something beyond you. Thank you for that. And now, Dr. Anita, let's hear from you.
Hey, Hare Krishna, everybody. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Nice to meet you, everyone. Thank you so much. I think for me, it was when I was a medical student back in the day. You're constantly, when you're studying and being a medical student, you're constantly told you have to be the best doctor. Your whole identity is all about being a doctor. Nothing else matters. And it's only when I started to work, and maybe 8 to 10 years in my career, when you've become a little bit more comfortable in your own skin, you learn to realize that actually a sense of level of maturity also arises within you. And then you learn to realize that actually there's got to be more than just working, you know. Like some of you who probably are studying, you'll realize that your whole world is just that. Or if you're just working, your whole world is just that. But for me, it took a lot to realize that. But I didn't realize that until I actually became a little bit more mature. And then I asked myself the question, like, what am I doing? What am I really doing? And then it was the first heart attack that my mum had, actually, that made me realize that I've got to find a little bit more to this. The reason being was I was out there, stuck in a theatre deep, far somewhere down the corridor of a hospital, and no family member could reach me because my phone was in a locker. I'm all scrubbed up, as you can see on my photo. In the theatre, got a patient, 35 missed calls from my brother. Anu, where are you? And that's when I realized that something's got to change. I can't just be working all the time. And that's when I realized that my identity has to be something more than that. So yeah, I'd say it was an experience that made me realize that there has got to be more to my identity than just a working person. So that's when I started to seek a little bit more about who I am and what's my reason for being here. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Anita. And sometimes these tragedies or these difficult moments in our lives are the very moments lies within that the opportunity for growth if we take time to pause and reflect. And so thank you for sharing that. Now, Lord Chaitanya, who you see here in the middle, he is Krishna who manifested 500 years ago. Krishna, blue-bodied flute with Radharani, appeared 5,000 years ago. 500 years ago is not that long ago, right? It's, for the children, you probably think it's like when your dad was younger, right? Okay, but it was just a few generations ago. He left us 8 main prayers. And in one of those, which is probably the most famous, talks about the character of a devotee. And within that character are 4 characteristics. And the essential part of all of that is to be humble. He says one should be more humble than a blade of grass on the street. Now, I want to ask you all, in your professional lives, as parents, we have to go get it. We have to be ambitious. How do you navigate trying to be the best you can in your profession, in your community, whilst being humble? Doesn't humble mean just kind of being in the background? Maybe some people think humility means laziness or not caring so much. So maybe I could hear a little bit from all of you about how do you balance the need to be humble spiritually, but then ambitious professionally. Let's start with Amit first.
Okay, you put me in a spot, that's fine. So I think Gita has given the lesson very clearly, isn't it? I mean, Krishna has himself spoken that dedicate all fruits of your activity to me. And I think it's easier said than done. It is very hard. Ego comes in the way. Being a doctor doesn't help. Being a professor doesn't help. It's make things worse. And actually, when you're in a position where you're teaching, where you're seeing patients, it actually puts me in a worse spot to be humble. And sometimes in my profession, it is not expected for me to be more than usual and humble in humility, because if it might mean lack of confidence, like you said, it might mean I'm lazy, I'm not doing my job properly if I'm not teaching the students the right thing to do. But the point is, when you're doing it with a clear heart and a purpose which is dedicated to Krishna's consciousness in a way, I want to dedicate the fruits of this to you, it is still very hard to practice. And that's where the challenge is for me as well, still is. I'm not saying I've reached anywhere. I've just started. And I think I'm at least understanding my problem, which I think is a step forward. I might not have a solution at this point in time, but I'm working towards it. And I think that's the best I can do at the moment.
Wonderful. And His Holiness Swami Bhagavan Keshav Swami, which many of you will have known and met him, he said, progress before perfection. If you think about how we bring up our children, we congratulate them for their first step, albeit when you show that same video to them when they're 11, they're like, I look disabled, you know, because they're wobbling and they're falling, but that is the best they can do at that point. So progress before perfection. If you want to be humble, start being humble, and then gradually it will come. Okay, Anita, I have a question for you. So, which label, daughter, sister, friend, surgeon, which label was the hardest for you to drop on your pursuit of identifying as the servant of God? And why?
Yeah, thank you. Nice question. I think definitely for me, the family label, sister. I think I'm a Gujarati person from a Gujarati family, born and bred in Leicester. I have 4 uncles. Back in the day, we all lived quite close to each other. You could go through the back garden to the next house, to the next house, to the next house. And you would just eat at one kaki's house to another auntie's house, and it wouldn't matter. And out of the 4 uncles, everybody had boys. Everybody had boys. So all my cousins, everybody had 3 to 4 children. And I'm the only sister in 15 brothers. So, I'm the eldest. So there was a duty, there was a level of duty, and there still is. I'm a sister, educated, looking up to me. I was the person that they all kind of, I was a role model. To some degree, I still play that role. So I think that was my hardest. That was my hardest, to let go of my duty in that way. But in the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, verse 28, it talks about how the absolute truth, who's Krishna, helps us to understand that about identity and how we must always come back to our original position. And that is when we know more about ourselves, when we learn about who we really belong to, and that's the fact that we're all part and parcel of Krishna, then we know our eternal role, we know our eternal position, then we're very comfortable in our identity. And then also within the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 2, if you do get a chance, please do deepen your knowledge, your skills, your learnings. Even if you're just reading 5 minutes a day, go deep. Canto 2 is all about creation. And I think, Krishna Kirtan Prabhu, when you learn about creation, when you read the chapter, when you zoom out, you really realize that actually you're just a very tiny dot, just a very insignificant, or I certainly am a very insignificant person in the whole making of what Krishna has done for this world. So if at any stage I feel a little bit of identity come to my way, I think about Canto 2 in creation, and I think actually in the big picture of everything, I'm just a tiny dot. I don't even count. I'm so insignificant. So this way, I'm just a dot.
Who feels that they are insignificant in this room? We're not going to open up for a therapy session here, but who feels that they're insignificant? Who feels that they are significant? We're both significant and insignificant. We're significant because we have a specific, unique relationship with Krishna which no one else has in all of creation. To Krishna, we are super significant. No one else can do what we do for Krishna in all of creation. Now that is significance. But we are also super insignificant because we are not this body. We are a spirit soul. Tell me, how big, what size is the spirit soul? Shout out for me. The size of a soul. So the supreme soul is unlimited, but we are limited. Yes. So often I will find on the back of my wife's clothes a strand of hair. Men, can you see any on your partner's jumper? Usually there's a hair hanging somewhere. Look at the tip of a hair. 1/10,000th the tip of a hair is the size of an atma, your spirit soul. So when we think we are big, pull a piece of hair out, get a micro, what's that thing you look down, a microscope thing? 1/10,000th, that's who you are. So we're significant if we identify as the servant of God, and we're insignificant if we identify as this conditioned being. So thank you for putting us into perspective of the dot. Sundari Mataji, Lord Chaitanya here, one of his attributes is Namo Mahavadanyaya, the most magnanimous or the most merciful incarnation of the Lord. So that means he is distributing mercy freely, without any barriers, without any preconceptions. He just wants to give mercy to everyone. You've received so much mercy in your life, and you've seen so many others receive so much mercy in your life. Why do you think we do not take advantage of the mercy that's given? For instance, if somebody gets £1 million in a lottery, we're all going to take advantage of it. We're going to invest it. We're going to live off the interest rates. Some of us might burn it. But we get so much mercy, but we don't take advantage of it. Why? What's blocking us?
I think ultimately it's the ego. So we have this ego that I'm the doer, I'm the one, I deserve it. And it always happens that when something goes good in life, we feel like we're the ones who achieved it. And when things go wrong, then we're like, Krishna, help us, help us in this situation, fix this for me, fix that for me. But what we don't realize is that everything that happens is due to the mercy of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And if we don't look at every situation and value, like what is Krishna trying to help in my life at this time, then we're never going to understand the mercy that's being given. So it's easier said than done, but you have to, see whatever comes, good or bad, as mercy, because we don't know the wider picture. And if we try and take control of the situation, we don't know what's in store for us. So we have to really just value what's happening in our time and finding how is this a stepping stone to be where I want to be.
Wonderful. And staying with Lord Chaitanya, Shilan Prabhu, the most merciful thing he gave us is direct access to Lord Krishna in Vrindavan, which is a gift that no other incarnation has ever given before. And he's given us the process, which is chanting of the holy names of God, of Hare Krishna. Why is this the recommended practice for this age when, I don't know, does anybody here use Calm? A subscription to Calm? Or Sleep? Or Andy Puddicombe's Headspace? Anyone tried it? That's cheap free on Vitality Insurance, if you haven't already got Vitality. So yes, there's so many meditations out there that are relaxing, calming. Why is the chanting of Hare Krishna loudly in the congregation with others the best when everything else seems to be so much more calming and the Hare Krishna people are so noisy and loud? Why is that one the supreme practice?
Haribol. I'll give you two answers. I used to be a garage DJ at university, and I used to have an MC who spat the best rhymes. And then I got into a bit of drum and bass and jungle, and I used to think, wow, this is incredible, going to these raves, until I came to the Hare Krishna temple and had a spiritual rave. And I was just, at that time, it was just more of a material enjoyment of the beats, the mridanga, the cartels. I just saw these white hippie types with some Indian people jumping up and down, and I thought, wow. And then I wanted to understand what this is, like, why are they chanting this? My mom said, same, what that means is, why are you chanting the same names over and over and over again? Some call it a dun. And so Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came as Krishna 500 years ago to propagate the chanting of Hare Krishna. This is the easiest form of God realization. In other yugas, you could do meditation or deity worship, but in this age of Kali, hypocrisy, quarrel, everyone's minds flickering so fast, he just came and gave us a really easy method, which is chanting Hare Krishna. It's the transcendental sound vibration that connects us to the spiritual world. And when someone told me that, I was like, really? And they said, try it, practice it. And that's what it's about. It's a practice. Chanting Hare Krishna is a practice, both as japa on beads, which is a personal meditation, but also congregational chanting. You would have seen us on the streets. We did some kirtan earlier. So I recommend everyone try it. It's absolutely incredible. Haribol.
Amazing. Can I ask those of you at the back who are trying some other forms of loud talk to maybe vacate the room and have your conversation outside? There's lots of grounds. 72 acres of land here at Bhaktivedanta Manor. Please don't use this 1 acre. Thank you. So, yes, Haridas Thakur, who was born a Muslim man, and by the mercy of Lord Chaitanya, he became a devotee of Lord Chaitanya and Lord Krishna. He would chant many, many times Hare Krishna all day, all night. And it is said that there's 3 ways of chanting this mantra. In your mind, softly, and loudly. And then he asked Lord Chaitanya, why is the loud chanting the most merciful? And he said, because when you say it loudly, the trees also benefit. The birds and the insects also get benefit from Krishna's name, which is non-different to Krishna. Can I all get you to do a quick experiment? Does everyone like paneer here? If you come to the Hare Krishna Mandir, generally you like paneer. So, and you can get vegan paneer as well. So if you like paneer, raise your hands. Okay, I want you to all say paneer. And again. And again. Louder. 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 And now say it 10 times. Okay, that's really weird, but okay. But none of you actually got satisfied by saying the word paneer. Some of you are thinking, let's go and get some paneer now, but none of you got satisfied by saying the word paneer. Because the name is different to the product. But Krishna is transcendental, so his name is him. So we don't have to say Krishna and then wait to see Krishna. If we say Krishna and hear it with sincerity, it will enter the heart and we are with Krishna. And so that's why the loud congregational chanting is the supreme science or practice of this age. So we encourage you all to go away from this festival with the mercy of Lord Chaitanya in chanting loudly at home with your kids, with your families, and with your japamala. Okay, our next round of and final round of questions before we take some from the audience. Anita Mataji, how do we keep the golden revolution or this mercy of Lord Chaitanya alive when you're stuck in traffic or dealing with a stressful boss? Do we start chanting Hare Krishna loudly to them?
Hari Bol. When I'm stuck in traffic, I try to just use this time to, I mean, come on, there's not much you can do. If you're stuck in traffic, you're stuck in traffic, right? You've got to put some music on, or you're going to scream through the window, or you're going to go into the mode of passion and start swearing. Hopefully not, because you're all devotees of Krishna. But I just try to use this time to just connect with myself. Just take this time out for gratitude. I just think about, like, what did I do all day? How did my day start? What did I begin with? What went right? What went wrong? I just try to reflect, and sometimes in the medical world, which is also can be spiritual if I really consciously try, don't get a time to eat. Don't get time to eat. So if I'm stuck in traffic, I'm sometimes just grateful because I've had prasadam today, you know. I've had a bite to eat. I'm just grateful for that reason. And if I have a difficult boss, which I do have a difficult boss, I try to just remind myself that I can only look after and manage the things that I'm in control of. So I can't help him, and if Sergio's listening, I can't help Sergio, I can't help my boss, but I can control my way, I can control how I react, I can control my actions, I can control my words, how I'm going to say something back to them. And so I always put it back to like, what can I do to make that change? So with my boss, it's about how I can make the difference for myself to be better, because I can't control his temper in the theatre or even outside. But in traffic, it's I'm just grateful and gratitude, yeah.
Yeah, gratitude is such a powerful emotion because it's the birthplace of all other emotions. Modern science has proved that the effect it has on our brain and then hormone system brings about so many things. Krishna says, offer me a leaf, a flower, fruit, water with love and devotion. Why does the Supreme Personality of Godhead need water, a leaf, a flower, fruit? Why is he not asking for gold or Tesla or something? He's just asking for something that is readily available in any part of the world. You do not need money to have those things. They're readily available in nature. He wants the love and devotion. How do we show love and devotion? Just a moment of gratitude. Thank you for giving me health. Thank you for giving me wealth. And thank you for tolerating my wife. No, I'm joking. So in this way, we have to practice the art of gratitude. And if we find it difficult with God because we don't have that relationship yet, at least start with your family, your friends, and then with that quality, all other spiritual qualities can come. Our final question to Sundari Mataji is, Lord Chaitanya focused on the concept of Shravanam and Kirtanam, hearing and chanting. How do we protect ourselves from this when in a digital world where we are bombarded with this weapon of mass distraction? Okay, America invaded Iraq for weapons of mass destruction, but we walk around with something even more crazy, this thing. And even for the Hare Krishna devotees, if you have a bead bag, who has a bead bag? Show me your hand in your bead bag. Someone give me a demonstration. Mataji, please stand up. Take this moment to be on YouTube. Show us, how is the Hare Krishna hand go in a bead bag? And so, yes, these two ladies, show the audience, show YouTube. Krishna was so merciful that he left one finger out there to scroll. Okay, so you can still be on Instagram and chant Hare Krishna. How merciful is Krishna? So this weapon of mass distraction is there. Sundari, how do we navigate the need to hear and chant, to hear Krishna's names and instructions, whilst also being practical and having a phone and having so many other noise in our life?
So I talk about it quite a lot. It's the dopamine effect. So whatever you feed to yourself in the morning is what your body will crave for. If you feed yourself sugar in the morning, you're going to crave sugar during the day. If you scroll in the morning or if you're on your phone, your mind thinks, I need more of this. So you have to give boundaries in your life, and you have to, split up your day into what's more priority for you. So we don't forget to eat, we don't forget to go to work. So why should we not chant in the morning? And if we chant in the morning and have that sacred space of where we just have time with ourselves, that will just have such a knock-on effect in your day that you won't crave so much in your life. So it sounds easier said than done, but you have to think what's more priority for you. When you're driving and you're stuck in traffic, play kirtan, listen to class. The more you feed into your system, the more you will naturally want it. So in the beginning, you may have to artificially, you know, like put yourself in a situation where you're hearing, you're chanting, you're singing, but it will become so natural that even when you're shopping, your mouth is moving because you're chanting, you know? But it's up to you. How much do you prioritize it and how much do you really want it? And the more desire you have, the more Krishna will help your situation to make it possible.
That's amazing. I remember I gave talks at UCL in London, and one student challenged me and said, yeah, but surely, like, it's not a priority for me, spiritual life. I come to this because I get free food at the end. It's not a priority for me. And I said, how hard do you find it to wake up early in the morning? He said, I'm not an early riser. And I said, okay, so which kind of holidays do you go on when you want a break? Usually Europe. And I say, you're a student, so you're probably looking for a good deal, right? And he said, yeah. And I said, what kind of flights do you go for? He said, just like Ryanair, EasyJet. And I said, what time in the morning does the flight leave that you usually book? Is it 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning? And he says, yeah, like the early ones or the really late ones. And I said, so it's a priority for you to go on holiday. So for those, you'll wake up at 2 to get to the airport by 4, ready for the flight at 5. But if it's for your own spiritual saving, you won't do it. And the student was like, yeah, once in a while. And I said, Krishna's not saying to wake up every day early. Just start once in a while. So where are our priorities? And where there's a will, there's a way. And with that, I want you to all will with me in this next step of our talk show. So I want everybody to stand up, please. We're going to have a little quiz.
Can I just add to that?
Oh.
Do you mind?
Yeah.
I just want to add to that, actually. How many of you sit at your desk at work? Who has a desk at work? Put your hands up, because I'm small, I can't see you. Who has a desk? All right. So His Holiness Kadam Maharaj once said, always have a book open, a spiritual book open at your desk, so that your eyes always are glancing towards that. So when you have a book open, you're always going to be in the mood to want to go and read. So Monday's coming tomorrow. You have the opportunity to take a Bhagavad Gita or any small book that you have, keep it at your desk on any page, and open it out and just leave it there and see what effects it has for you all week, and then come back and email it to info@schoolofbhakti.com. Come and tell us your realizations. Thank you.
Okay, so yes, please do stand up. I want you all moving a little bit, because next is a drama where you'll be sitting with rapt attention. So everyone stand up, please. Even the monks, everyone stand up. Okay, this is how this is going to work. So I can't see because of this poster. I'll use my phone. Okay, so I want you to, if your answer to the following questions is a no, I want you to sit down. And if it's a yes, stand up. Okay? So actually, let's all start sitting down. It'll be easier if you're sitting down. So stay seated if it's a no, stand up if it's a yes. Who are the deities in the middle of the temple here at Bhaktivedanta Manor? Is it Love and Kush, or is it Gauranga Nityananda? Okay.
You can say it out.
The answer is Gauranga Nityananda. So please everyone join me in saying Gauranga.
Gauranga.
Nityananda.
Nityananda.
Okay, next question. Be seated. Why did you come here for the Purnima festival today? Was it for the feast, so you don't have to cook at home? Or was it to take darshan of Lord Chaitanya? Wonderful, great. I know some of you are lying, but anyway, okay. Would you help a stranger in distress if it brought you great happiness? Leave it, it's their karma, it's destiny. Or would you help them and be compassionate? Sorry? Oh, sorry. Would you help a stranger in distress if it brought you great distress? So would you help them or leave it to their destiny? Some of you are either really mean or you don't understand English still. Okay. Would you tell a white lie if telling the blunt truth to a loved one could hurt them? Truth or lie?
So if it's a truth, you can stand up, and if it's a lie, you can sit down.
Okay, nice. Thanks for your honesty. And the final one, if you could help everyone if you could, would you help everyone and anyone in this world? So if you think there's no point and it's impossible, then stay seated down. If you think you have a role to play in making this world a better place, stand up. Those of you standing up, you'll need the mercy of Lord Chaitanya. So again, raise your hands up nice and high. And join me in saying, Gauranga! Again.
Gauranga!
And one loud time. Wonderful. Okay, so please give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you so much for being with us today. If you want to exit this way with your chair. And just before we move on to the next segment, I think there is a video. Manish? So those of you who are coming in for the drama, please grab a chair and the kids can come to the front. Okay, so we have this wonderful opportunity for you all to learn a little bit more about Lord Chaitanya. It's a free course online from the comfort of your home with your pajamas. Shh. Shh. Please, if we could have your attention for this final announcement. So, this is a course created by His Holiness Keshava Swami. It's a 10-week course online taught by His Grace Madan Gopal Prabhu from New Jersey. And you can go to the website schoolofbhakti.com, or you're welcome to go next door where we have a table and you can speak to our team there. So please do take advantage of this free course to learn more about Lord Chaitanya in depth. And a new initiative by School of Bhakti. You met Dr. Anita. Her and her team will be here on Sunday afternoons in the Bhakti Central Room, which is in the temple building, just besides the temple room itself. And from the hours of 2 till 4:30, she'll and some other volunteers will be available to take your questions and just to meet and see if our team can help you navigate the challenges of introducing spirituality into your existing lifestyles. And so please do join us. You can scan these QR codes or go to schoolofbhakti.com. We have podcasts, courses, retreats, and events. We thank you for being a great audience. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much. I'm going to pass the mic back over to Radha Govinda Prabhu for the next portion of the event. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, everybody. Please give a big round of applause to Krishna Kirtan Prabhu and the School of Bhakti team. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming here today. How are you enjoying the festivities so far? Is it good? If it's really good, can we have a big Haribol? Okay, I'm sure you can be louder than that. Haribol, big Haribol? Okay, great, thank you. I want to introduce the next act, but before that, I want you all to be seated. And because something very interesting is going to happen. So I want you to be seated and pay attention. So people who are standing at the back, there is some space here in the front. You can come and have a seat. And those who are, there's something going on over here. So if you can just be quiet and please sit down. And our next show today is a drama, okay? It's called The Advent of Lord Chaitanya. Anyone know, does everyone know who Lord Chaitanya is? Okay, if you don't, it's not a problem, because that's what the drama is there for. So the drama is done by somebody called the Bhaktivedanta Players. It's a group of children, the junior Bhaktivedanta Players. And they've been practicing for a long, long time, as I've heard. So I'm just going to look behind the stage and see if they're actually ready. You chant audibly, you're able to connect to God like a radio signal. Okay, just like we have these phone signals everywhere. So just like that, kirtan is like a radio message. You can connect to Krishna directly through kirtan. And kirtan is becoming very popular in the world nowadays. One of our local artists, Janavi Harrison, who grew up in this temple, she was nominated for the Grammys. Kirtan is now an official genre you can get a Grammy in. Okay, so she was nominated for the Grammys like that. So kirtan is catching up everywhere in the world. So what we want you to do while you're here today, we got these lovely devotees here today, and they're going to lead you in some kirtan. And kirtan means call and response. So they sing, and then you sing. And then they sing, and then you sing. And then we can have some nice kirtan. Are you ready for that? Okay, well, you need to be a bit more loud. Can you try a bit harder? Are you ready? Okay, good. So you got to sing with the same voice. Okay? Thank you so much. I'll hand it over to the devotees here. Hare Krishna.
Jnananjana Shataya Chatsu Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Chaitanya-manubhishtam sthapitam yena bhutale swayam rupakadmaya dadati swapadantika Hey Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Gulmori Vrishabhansute Devi Pranamami Harite Harir Nama Hare Nama Hare Nama Eva Kevalam Kalo Nasteva 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 Rati Namo Chintamani Rupam Namaiva Paramagati Namna Parataram Nastu Tasman Namo Tasmai Namo Chintamani Krishna Chaitanya Rasa Vigraha Purna Shukro Nitya Mukto Purnatan Namanamo Vrindayai Tulasi Devi Priyayai Keshavasya Krishna Bhakti Pradadevi Satya Bhaktyai Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Guru Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaur Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. We are celebrating today the appearance day of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, who was the leader in chanting of the holy name. So we'll be glorifying him at the beginning. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Chaitanya Shri Advaita Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, little louder, little louder. Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hello. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, hey, 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 oh, hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, sleeping soul. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, oh Krishna, oh Shri Radhe, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, oh Krishna, Krishna, oh Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, hey Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, hey Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rakshamam, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Pahimam, oh Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, hey Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, hey Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Rakshamam, Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Pahimam, Rama Raghava Rama Raghava Rama Raghava Rakshama Krishna Kashava Krishna Kashava Krishna Kashava Pahima Hey Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Gauranga Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna oh Hare Krishna 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 oh Hare 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 Rama oh Hare Rama oh Rama Rama oh Hare Hare your turn Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Oh Krishna Oh Shri Radhe Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna oh, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Bolo Bolo Hare Krishna Oh Krishna Rama Oh Krishna 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 Hare Hare Gauranga Oh Nityananda Rama Hare Rama 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 Hey Nitai Gauranga Jayo Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Jayo Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Jai Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Jai Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Oh Nitai Gauranga Jai Nitai Gauranga Nitai Gauranga Jai Nitai Gauranga Jayo Gaura Hari Jayo Gaura Hari Gaura Hari, Jayo Gaura Hari, Jayo Gaura Hari, Jayo Gaura Hari, Gaura Hari, Jayo Gaura Hari, hey, Gaura Hari, Jayo Gaura Hari, Gaura Hari, Jayo Gaura Hari, Jayo Gaura Hari, Jayo Gaura Hari, Gaura Hari, Jayo Gaura Hari, hey, Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari, Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari, hey, Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari, Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari, hey, Gaura Hari, Jayo Gaura Hari, Gaura Hari, Jayo Gaura Hari, hey, Gaura Hari, Jayo Gaura Hari, Gaura Hari, Jayo Gaura Hari, hey, Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari, Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari, Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari, Jai Sachinandana Gaura Hari, hey, Gaura Nityananda, Gaura Nityananda, Gaura Nityananda, Gaura Nityananda, Gaura Nityananda, Gaura Nityananda, Jai Gaura Haribo, 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 Jayo Jayo Prabhupada, 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 Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada. Jayo Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jayo Prabhupada. Shri Hari Nam Sankirtan ki, Shri Gaura Purnima ki, Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki, Shri Prabhupada ki, Gaura Brahmanande, Jai Shri Radha Gokulananda ki Jai. Thank you very much. We have also another very experienced Kirtaniya. He spent years in Sri Mayapur Dham, so he is well trained by Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
Don't listen to him. Hare Krishna. Can we have a little more high end on this microphone, little high notes? Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Bolo Namah
Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Sunnavadi Ashutadi Shutarine Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Chaitanya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Jaya Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Jai Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, back. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Go Haribo. Jai Jai Prabhupada, oh Prabhupada, oh Prabhupada, Jai Jai Prabhupada. Jai Jai Prabhupada, oh Prabhupada, oh Prabhupada, Jai Prabhupada. Jaya Guru Devo, Guru Devo, Guru Devo, Jai Guru Devo. Oh Jai Jai Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Jai Guru Dev.
Harinam Sankirtan Jagya ki, Bhaktivedanta Manor ki, Gaura Purnima Mahamahotsava ki, Lord Gauranga ki, Nityananda ki, Shadvaita Gadadhar Shivasati Gaur Bhaktivinoda ki. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, everybody. Please, another big round of applause for the Bhajan Band. Thank you so much. We have more kirtan coming up. Did you want more kirtan? Okay, good. So we are going to do more kirtan. Our next in line are the youth group of ISKCON Bhaktivedanta Manor. They're called the Pandavasena. The Pandavasena. So they're going to come and lead some wonderful kirtans. I hope you have nowhere to go. You're not going anywhere, right? There's nothing to do on a Sunday evening. So you might as well stay and stay along for some kirtan. Are they ready? They're not. They're coming at some point. Oh, here they are. Okay, the boys are already here. So did everyone go and take darshan today? Have you taken darshan? Did you see darshan? Okay, cool. Was it good darshan? What color outfit were the deities wearing? Anybody know? White. Okay, white-ish. Any other color choices? What were the deities wearing today? What color? I'm just trying to see if you were really looking. Purple. Okay, we got white, we got purple. Two very different colors. Have you got any other? Sky blue. Okay, white, purple, sky blue. Okay, what else we got? Anybody for red? No. Okay, at least we don't have a red. Okay, yellow dots. Okay. Okay, I think they had a little bit of everything. I think you're all right to some degree. So great, you were looking. If you get a chance, take more darshan if you can. But for now, please stay. And then we're going to hand it over to the Pandavasena crowd, and they're going to lead us into some amazing kirtan. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the ISKCON Pandavasena. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama,
Jai Shri Shri Gaur Nitai ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Nitai Gaura Premanande. Everyone together. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Dinamine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Shrunyavadi Pashtyatya Shatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhaktavrinda Hari Krishna Everyone together. Hari Krishna. Haribo! Everyone please chant Haribo! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Everyone, please chant Haribol. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hari Ramo, Hari Ramo, Rama Ramo, Hari Hari. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ramo, Hare Ramo, Rama Ramo, Hare Hare. Everyone please chant Haribol, Haribol! Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Everyone, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai, 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 Jaya Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai. Jaya Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai. Gaura, 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 Gaura Nitai. Jaya Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai. Jaya Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai. Gaura, 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 Gaura Nitai. Gaura, 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 Gaura Nitai. Gaura, 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 Gaura Nitai. Jaya Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai. Jaya Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Gaura Nitai, Jaya Gaura Nitai. Gaura, 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 Gaura Nitai. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Gaura, 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 Gaura Nitai. Gaura, 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 Gaura Nitai. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Everyone together. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo, Nitai Gaura Haribo, Haribo. One more time, everyone. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura. One more time. Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Jai Shri Shri Gaur Nitai ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Nitai Gaur Premanande.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we owe them a massive round of applause. That was absolutely amazing. Shri Shri Gaur Nitai ki!
Jai!
So, to go through this, does anyone know who Panelist is? No? Somebody must know who Panelist are. Anyone? So they're the youth group of Bhaktivedanta Manor, and they've been running now nearly 30 years, and they are 15 to 25, and there is somebody opposite me who probably can do a better speech. No, Vishnu's like, no, I'm not doing a speech. But please give them a warm round of applause, and thank you so much for a lovely kirtan. Okay, So whilst we're changing over, we have a short video, which is a nice message about what Gaura Purnima is and how it fits together. So you guys get an understanding. This is the video that will hopefully lead into an amazing upcoming musical katha.
As Kaliyuga progresses, as we move into, the 2000 years of Kaliyuga, people's mentality is becoming more and more atheistic. The mentality is becoming more and more filled with pride, and people are challenging the supremacy of the Supreme. And therefore, because of this rebellious mentality, people started questioning that, hey, who's in this? How can you say? I don't like this feeling. They are questioning Krishna, which we see happening all over the society. So how can you say I am the Supreme, worship me? Is it not filled with pride, these kind of statements? I don't feel like, surrendering to such a person. And this kind of mentality started creeping in the age of Kali. And Krishna saw that although my Bhagavad Gita has been spoken and is published, but still people are not taking to the process as much as Krishna. So Krishna saw that market is going down. Then the purpose for which I spoke the Gita and the purpose for which this whole drama was orchestrated is not happening. So therefore, nothing in this world is static. Nothing in this world is fixed or etched in stone. Life is dynamic. Problems are dynamic. And therefore the response to the problems also have to be dynamic. And therefore even Krishna cannot afford to start a company and still think everything will be profitable. So Krishna started thinking that, Bhagavad Gita is given, but the intended effect is not happening. Because people don't like this top-down approach in Kali Yuga that someone comes and tells them, hey, do this. So, you're surrendering, why are you not surrendering? So we realize that Kali Yuga people don't like this kind of an approach. So we thought, okay, I have to go amongst them and become part of them and become friendly to them and become their friend and become a devotee myself and show them. That people in Kali Yuga like, this manager is humble. He's not come like that. So Krishna decided that whatever I have taught in Gita is not sufficient. I have to also play the role and I have to be with everyone in society. And so Krishna decided if I come as Krishna, then I already have a bad record before. I have spoken all these things. So therefore Krishna thought that, I have to come in a different color, in a different way, in a different place. And then actually embody whatever I have spoken in Gita, but in practice. And so Krishna appeared in the form of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was a short video. So hopefully that's given you a little bit of a background on Gaura Purnima. So Gauranga Prabhu is based out in our temple in India, in a place called Chowpatty. Who's heard of Chowpatty before? If I say Chowpatty Beach, I guarantee everyone's hand will go up. Who's heard of Chowpatty Beach? Come on, that should be most of the hall. So we have a really beautiful temple out there with a very nice congregation, and one of the senior leaders there is Gauranga Prabhu, who quite often is here in the UK as well, and very amazing speaker as well. So we're just setting up for this evening's program. Does anyone actually know what's happening next? Anyone? No? Everyone's like, just get on with it. I don't want to know. Get on with it. So what's happening on Tuesday? Does anyone know what's happening on Tuesday? Gaura Purnima. And it's appearance day of Sri Gauranga Prabhu. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, right? Perfect. That's exactly correct. So today, obviously, we do the Sunday festival. But on Tuesday will be the main festival that will happen at the temple as well.
Thank you.
So everyone's welcome to attend. So what I will do is I'll start to introduce our next act. Anyone's heard of a musical? Who's heard of a musical in the West End? One little one under the age of 12 has heard of a musical. Who's heard of a musical? Yeah? And who's heard of a katha? Yeah? And who's heard of a musical katha? Everyone's hand stays down. Only the one. He's a special little one there. Okay, so this is a very special act that's happening for the next hour and a half. It's a musical katha by His Grace Sri Radharaman Das, who is just setting up. So I think we should start off with a big round of applause for Prabhuji. He's giving up a lot of time. He has I can promise, if anyone thinks they have the most hectic corporate life, I can tell you Prabhuji has probably outdone us in that department. So he's been practicing Krishna consciousness for many years. I've had the privilege for knowing him probably over the last 15, 20 years. He's an amazing speaker, Brahman, father, husband. His wife's sitting there going, no, not husband. But so please, ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a warm round of applause. I think we should go a bit louder because the volume, my hearing is really bad. That's brilliant. That's great. You've just done my hearing for me. So I'm just going to pass the mic over to Prabhuji, who's going to just introduce some of his group before we mic him up.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much for taking your time this evening to spend it with us. Before we begin, I would just like to mention a few names who are on the stage with me here today, who have come together to try to prepare our consciousness, our mood, and our spirit for the upcoming festival of Shri Gaura Purnima on Tuesday. So with us here today, we have a number of people, in fact, so I'll just read out their names. I would like to thank His Grace Anjana Sutta Prabhu and team for being with us today here. We have Parijata, Tanmay, please, Krishna Leela, Priya, Ishwan, Elena, and Sahana. So thank you all so much to the team for being here. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Okay, we'll just begin while the musicians are setting themselves up. So once again, thank you all for spending the next hour and 20 minutes together with us here today. In a few moments, there'll be a slide which comes up. On the slide, there'll be a QR code. It's not for donation, so don't worry. The QR code is an opportunity for you to add any questions that you may have throughout the musical katha. And then if a few questions appear on the Slido, then I'll attempt to answer a few of them about 10 minutes before the end, okay? So the slide will come up in a few moments, and you can feel free to access the Slido through the QR code and ask questions throughout. And the reason for this is because, as we all know, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is a very rare avatar. He's not much spoken about in society. So if you have any doubts, any concerns, any questions, any thoughts, any feelings you would like to share, the Slido is there to facilitate that. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Radhanathasya Shishyoham, a very small, insignificant disciple of Shripad Radhanath Swami Maharaj, Shriradhar Mandasaha, with the name Shriradhana Mandas, Namami Prabhupada Akhyam, offers his obeisances to His Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada, Chaitanya Karya Siddhyartham, because Srila Prabhupada fulfilled the prediction of Shri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Vancha kalpatarobhyascha kripa sindhubhe evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. So Gaura Purnima is a story, a katha, which I'm sure so many people are familiar with. So I'm going to try to, my humble attempt, to share some new insights, some new data, some new information, to try to add to our understanding of this very important festival. In the Adi Lila, chapter 3, verse number 6, Kaviraj Goswami explains, Brahmar ek dine taho ek bar, that Lord Krishna and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, they appear once in a day of Brahma. We may have heard of this many, many times, but the reason of stating this very line, that Krishna and Lord Chaitanya appear once in a day of Brahma, is actually to tell all of you, to tell all of us how very fortunate and lucky we are. Sometimes we ask the question about counting your blessings. I'm about to reveal some information to you, which I think, hopefully, should tell all of you what your greatest fortune is. What does it mean to be once in a day of Lord Brahma? Since creation began, when Brahma woke up to populate the universe, it has been precisely 1.96 billion years. Okay? 1.96 billion years have transpired since Lord Brahma began this creation when he woke up. It was after 1.96 billion years when Brahma had just entered after his sunrise, 5 hours and 27 minutes. So can you imagine? Brahma wakes up in the morning, and 5 hours and 27 minutes later, he sees the advent of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he sees this every day. Isn't that amazing? Every day that Brahma wakes up, he sees Mahaprabhu's pastimes. 5 hours and 27 minutes into his day, which is equivalent to about 45.4% of his day has elapsed. What does that mean for us? That means that in the Gita, Krishna mentions Sahasra Yug Paryantam, Aharyat Brahmano Vidhu. In the Gita, Krishna says that Brahma's day lasts for 1,000 Sahasra Yug, Mahayugas. A Mahayug is Satya, Treta, Dwapur and Kali. These 4 yugas together make up one Mahayug. Okay? When this cycle of 4 yugas repeats 1,000 times, that is the daytime of Lord Brahma, i.e. 12 hours. And then Krishna says in the Gita, his night is of the same duration. So I'm explaining how Brahma lives according to his local time. What this basically means, that out of the 1,000 cycles of the 4 yugas, it is precisely in the 454th cycle out of 1,000 Mahayugas when Mahaprabhu appears. And Mahaprabhu would next appear in precisely 2.36 billion years' time. So every one of you who has taken birth during the advent and time of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are the most fortunate souls in the entire creation. Just imagine how many souls have transpired for nearly 2 billion years. And for another 2.5 billion years, how many more souls will transpire? Birth, death, old age, and disease. But bang on in the middle, in the 454th Mahayuga, we have all taken our birth. That means that the souls of every individual who have appeared during this time are the most elevated and the most transcendental. That is why it is very important that having performed so many pious activities, so much devotion, having appeared during the time of this infinitesimal remote possibility, we must understand the advent of Lord Chaitanya. Otherwise, that infinitesimal possibility becomes wasted. So if you ever need to motivate yourself, just remember you appeared at the perfect time. We all know that Mahaprabhu appears in order to establish the Yuga Dharma. But the question is, why the Hare Krishna Maha Mantra? Why not some other mantra? In the Rig Veda, there are 432,000 mantras. The Bhagavatam, the Shiv Puran, the Devi Puran, the Baman Puran, the Matsya Puran, the Padma Puran, the Skanda Puran, all of these 18 Puranas total 1 billion verses. Why is it that Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu descended to propagate the chanting of the Hare Krishna Mahamantra? This Mahamantra is the internal code which Sri Radharani personally composed. The Acharyas explain, Ekada Krishna Virahat. Once upon a time, when Sri Radha was feeling intense separation from Krishna, Dhyayanti Priya Sangamam. Sri Radharani, she began to meditate upon Lord Krishna. She was feeling his absence, and the best that she could do was to collect her thoughts and begin to meditate on Priya Sangamam, on her lover, Lord Krishna. While she was meditating, she realized it's not the same as being with Krishna in person. At that point, the acharyas explain, Mano Bhashpa. Now, Mano Bhashpa actually means, in ordinary English, she became depressed. Mano, the mind, Bhashpa, became depressed. But this is obviously a very different level of depression. Shri Radharani is the internal energy of Krishna, the Hiladini Shakti, full of pure love. But nevertheless, the acharyas use this word. She became depressed because even dhyayanti priya sangamam, my meditation on Lord Krishna was not giving me the same feeling of being with him. In this state of mind, Shri Radharani, nirasardham, in order to associate with Lord Krishna in his absence, when meditation was not good enough, jalpatidam muhur muhuhu. Jalpatidam muhur muhuhu. This word muhur muhuhu basically means, this word also appears in the Gita, the last verse, when Sanjay says to Dhritarashtra that remembering Krishna's words, muhur muhuhu, I'm becoming ecstatic. Shri Radharani, jalpatidam, she began to recite the following words again and again and again. And it was these words that brought her in the association Lord Krishna while he was absent. And those words were Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So the Hare Krishna Mahamantra is the words, other letters and other sounds that Shri Radharani herself composed in order to be reunited with Krishna in his absence. Now Shri Radharani composed this hymn, but it's also important to understand that the Hare Krishna Mahamantra is also glorified throughout the Vedas. There's a huge description of the Mahamantra. It begins from the words Dvaparante Narado Brahmanam Jagam Katham Bhagavan Gam Paritan Kalim Santare Yamati Sahavacha Brahma Sadhu Prishtosmi Sarva Shuti Rahasyam Gopyam Trachino Yena Kali Samsaram Tarishyasi. At the end of Dwapar Yuga, Narad asked his father, Brahma, in Kali Yuga, what is the process by which people can attain liberation? Santare Yamati, cross over the cycle of birth and death. Brahma said, Sadhu Prishtosmi, you're a sadhu. Sadhu means one who asks excellent questions. Sarva Shruti Rahasyam, I will tell you the confidential aspect of all Vedas, Shruti. Gopyam, the secret. Tat Shrinu, please hear from me. Yena Kali Samsaram Tarishyasi, by which one can cross beyond all troubles, all miseries in the age of Kali. And Brahma explains, Bhagavat Adi Purashasya. Recite the name of the origin of Narayana. Narayanasya Nam Ucharna Matrena Nirdhut Kalir Bhavati. Narad asks, Narada Puna Papricha Tannam Kimiti. What name are you talking about? Everybody knows Narayana to be God. What name is of that person who is the origin of Narayan? You just said, Narayan Asya, Bhagavad Adi Purushasya. Bhagavad Bhagwan Adi Purushasya, of the original God. Narayanasya, of Narayana. Tannam Kimiti. What is that name? Then Lord Brahma, meditating upon Shri Radharani, Hiranyagarbha Uvacha, he assumed a golden complexion, Brahma himself. He's called one who is born from golden hue. Hiranyagarbha Uvacha, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Iti Shodoshakam Nam Nam. These 16 words, Kali Kalmeshana Shanam, would destroy all the evil effects in Kali Yuga. Nataha Parataru Upaya. There is no better solution than this, because Sarva Vedeshu Drishyati. All of the Vedas see this Mahamantra as the ultimate conclusion. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, when he came to establish the Yuga Dharma, he selected this very same mantra that Shri Radharani uses to associate back with Lord Krishna when she is feeling separated. This is the same mantra that Lord Brahma in the Krishna Yajurved tells Narad the solution to all problems in Kali Yuga. This is why Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to establish the Hare Krishna Mahamantra as the Yuga Dharma. After Lord Shri Krishna departed from this world, he said to himself, Jirakala nahi kari prema bhakti dan. It has been a very long time since I came to give people the message of love. Jirakala. Now you know how long that was. It was 1.96 billion years plus 2.36 billion years. That what is the number that Krishna was referring to when he said Chirakal. Krishna has come before. Mahaprabhu has come before. But it's been a long time since he last came to give the message of Prem, the message of Prema Bhakti. And Krishna was reflecting that once, while I was in Dwarika, I was walking around my palace and I came across a fountain made of jewels. And when I saw this fountain made of jewels, I saw my reflection in the fountain. And that was the first time I got to understand why Shri Radharani loves me so much. Krishna became overwhelmed seeing his own reflection in a fountain made of jewels in Dwarika. And Lord Shri Krishna, he then desired, I would like to experience the great level of love that Shri Radharani has for me. It is explained that Shri Radharani, she has so much love for Lord Shri Krishna, yet it is ever expanding. And Lord Krishna wanted to come and experience what it means for someone like Shri Radharani to love him. And this is why Lord Krishna decided to come as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. We all know there are many, many avatars. However, the avatars that we normally speak of, like Vaman, Varaha, थोड़ा क्षमा करना वो बांधा आ रहा है कृपया थोड़ा शांत हो जाए बच्चे को बोले thank you. So many avatars who appear like Vaman, Dattatreya, these are the Leela avatars. So there are many, many avatars who appear. However, there are only 4 Yuga avatars. And these 4 Yuga avatars are explained in the Srimad Bhagavatam to appear within the Sat, Treta, Dwapar and Kali Yuga. However, in the Kali Yuga, this is the only time when Krishna appears as a hidden incarnation. It is explained in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Channaha Kalo Yad Abhavas Tri Yugo, that Krishna appears as a hidden incarnation so that he can set an example of what it means to experience the love that Shri Radharani has for Krishna. However, although he is a hidden incarnation, it is the responsibility of his devotees to uncover him. And that's precisely what Srila Prabhupada did for all of us. He uncovered Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to all of us so we can understand his true personality. Now, when Mahaprabhu appeared, something great took place. And this thing that took place when Mahaprabhu appeared tells us that Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has come purely as a direct manifestation of Lord Krishna. We have all heard that Lord Shri Krishna appeared as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu during the lunar eclipse. Now, this lunar eclipse, it's so important because this lunar eclipse that took place when he appeared gives us independent information that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is Krishna himself. In Kali Yuga, many individuals claim to be avatars of God. But there is one thing that they have no control of, and that is the time that they were born. You have no control of that because you can hardly open your eyes, let alone say something to try to manipulate or change things. It's too early, the time of birth. Now, there was an eyewitness who saw the lunar eclipse take place when Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared. And this eyewitness was none other than Hanuman. Hanuman was the person who came and witnessed the lunar eclipse when Mahaprabhu appeared. Hanuman, as we all know, is a devotee of Lord Sri Ram, and he always remained fully attached to his Ishvara. And then he appeared as Bhim in order to help Lord Krishna execute dharma. Just a small sidetrack, in the Mahabharata, when Madhva Acharya approached Maharishi Vyas at Bandrika Ashram to understand what is so special about the 5 Pandavas, Maharishi Vyas informed Acharya Madhva that Bhim is the example of pure devotion in Dwapar Yuga. And he gives 2 examples which I would like to explain to you very quickly. The first example that he says about Bhim in Dwapar Yuga is that whenever Lord Krishna wanted to establish dharma, Bhim was the first person who would execute. Now, if you think about what you've seen either on TV or what you have read, for example, during the Vastaharan, the first person who was completely against that activity and wanted to establish righteousness was Bhim. He spoke up. Whenever anything was wrong in the lives of the Pandavas, because righteousness was being absolutely tarnished, Bhim spoke up. He was always the right hand of Lord Shri Krishna. And the second thing is that Bhim never ever took the shelter of piety, of fortune, of luck, of blessings, and most importantly, the Devatas. You will never find that Bhim ever invoking the Divyastas, the divine celestial weapons, on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. He only relied upon the ability, Shabde ke Paurusham Drishu, that Krishna gave him. So Bhim never deviated from pure devotion. He never sought the shelter of a Devata. He never recited a mantra by which he will gain the strength or the weapon or the astra of a Devata. And I'm sure you know the other Pandavas all did that. But Bhim, he never did that. So Maharishi Vyas explains that Bhim, who was Hanuman, he came in Chaitanya Leela as Murari Gupta. And the reason why we know today that the eclipse took place when Mahaprabhu appeared was because Hanuman, in the form of Murari Gupta, was standing over during that time, watching the eclipse and noticing and seeing the appearance of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Now, the reason why I'm mentioning the lunar eclipse, because if this information is wrong, then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is not the avatar of Kali Yuga. He is not the manifestation of Lord Krishna. So what I did to present to all of you today, something different.
I went to check what an independent source has to say about the lunar eclipse. Who better than NASA? Right? So you'd be very pleased, if it didn't work out, I wouldn't say it, okay? You'd be very pleased to know that if you were, after the katha, to go onto the website, the official website of NASA, and you were to go through their astronomical eclipse catalog, the section in the website is basically NASA's 5 millennium canon of lunar eclipses 1401 to 1500. NASA have confirmed that on the 18th of February, 1486, there was a total lunar eclipse. And this is Adho Shraddha. This is where faith actually begins. We don't know who is Murari Gupta. Some of you may have never heard of him. You probably don't know what he looks like. Yet, he saw the lunar eclipse and wrote it down. And today, we can see independently that what he wrote was absolutely true. In the Adi Leela, Bhaktivedanta Thakur, he gives a timestamp of the precise moment when Mahaprabhu appeared. You can read this in your own time. It's in the 13th chapter, text number 66. He says the following timestamp: 1407, 10, 22, 28, and 45. Bhaktivedanta Thakur gives these numbers as a timestamp because he also knew that it is the total lunar eclipse that occurred on that particular moment that is the entire foundation of Mahaprabhu's integrity of the mission and his message that he gave to the world. What are these numbers? 1407 means the year 1486 equivalent, the Shaka era. 10 means 10 lunar months had passed. We were in the Falgun month. 22 means 22 tithis had passed. It was the Purnima. 28 means there were 28 Gatis had passed, 11 hours and 12 minutes. And 45 means Bala had passed, 18 minutes. Exactly 11 hours and 30 minutes after sunrise on Saturday, the 18th of February, when sunrise was at 6:15 a.m. and sunset 11 hours and 30 minutes later, which makes it to 5:45 p.m. It was 6 p.m. when the moon rose. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared between 6 p.m. and 6:10 p.m. on Saturday, the 18th of February. Shri Gauranga Mahaprabhu ki! So now you know the time he appeared. Also backed by NASA's evidence, their modeling, their data, which is available on the website you can see today. We will later on go into some detail as to why the total lunar eclipse on that particular day is so important. Because the astrological blueprints of the universe, the various houses, the zodiac, the placements of the various planets, all predict the future biography of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. The Adilila explains in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, Akalanka Gaura Chandra Dila Darshana, Sakalanka Chandra Ara Gon Prayojana. Kaviraj Goswami explains, when the spotless moon of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu became visible on that particular night, what would be the use of a moon that we see in the sky that is blemished? Kaviraj Goswami explains that Rahu, which is a planet that most people have issues with, okay? Most of the celestials, most of the devatas have issues with Rahu. Rahu is a malefic planet. As a malefic planet, generally, with most people you'll find, it will give challenges. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he engaged Rahu He's the only form of Krishna. He's the only celestial who engaged Rahu in pure devotional service. How? He said to Rahu that when I appear, I want you to cover the moon because Ete jani Rahu Kaila Chandrera Grahan. What is the point of the blemished moon when the moon-like face of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is going to appear on that night? So the precise reason why the eclipse took place on that night was because Rahu wanted to show to all of us who is the better moon. It is not Chandradev, it is Shri Gaura Chandra. And this indicates to us that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he engaged all people of all walks of life, regardless of how good or bad they were in his mission. And it began with Rahu. So now you know that Rahu is, in fact, an associate and a devotee of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So the astrologers here, please take note of this. T.K. Benji, you take note of this. That Rahu has a very special place in Mahaprabhu's movement as the individual who showed us the beauty of his moon-like face. When he appeared, the Devatas in Swaraglok, the 10 directions and the rivers all became jubilant. It is said that disguised as Brahmanas and Brahmanis, Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma, Indra, Vashishta, and their consorts, their wives, all came to take the blessings of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And it was at this time that Chandrasekhar and Shrivas arrived to perform the Jat Karma Samskar of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Their wives, Malini, as well as Acharya Ratna, worshipped baby Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And it was on one particular moment when the consort, the wife of Advaita Acharya, Mata Sita Thakurani, she appeared to bless Mahaprabhu. And she said that because 6 daughters had unfortunately transpired before the birth of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his elder brother, Vishwarup, in order to protect Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as a baby, it was the wife of Advaita Acharya who gave him the name Nimai. He was born underneath the neem tree, and neem is a celestial antiseptic which protects individuals from malefic energies, spirits, ghosts, hobgoblins. If you believe in aliens, aliens as well. And therefore, the name Nimai was given to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as a baby. The Nanaji of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you will know his name was Nilambar Chakravarti. The father of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was Jagannath Mishra. His surname was Mishra. And his mother, Sachi Mata, she was from the family of Chakravartis. So Nilambar Chakravarti, he was actually a great astrologer. And he immediately cast the chart of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And when he cast the chart of Mahaprabhu, he saw 2 things. He saw that every planet was in a placement that indicates that this child is an avatar of God. Therefore, anyone who claims to be an avatar, you get their birth details. And you check their charts, and you know exactly how they do not meet the very precise combinations to be declared an avatar. It has to be very clear and very infallible and very obvious. And Nilambar Chakravarti, he saw this. But that was only one part of his analysis. The second part was that he saw on the body of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he had all the 32 symptoms of an avatar. He had 5 large angas on his body: the nose, the arms, the chin, the eyes, the knees. He had 5 fin items, fine items, the skin, the fingertips, the teeth, the body hair, and the head hair. He had 7 reddish aspects on his body: the eyes, the soles, the palms, the palate, the nails, the upper and lower lips. He had 6 raised aspects on his body: the chest, the shoulders, the nails, the nose, the waist, the mouth. He had 3 small items: the neck, the thigh, the thigh and his male organ, and 3 broad items: the waist, the forehead, the chest, 3 grave, the navel, the voice, and his existence. And on top of that, Mahaprabhu on his feet and on his palms had the indication of Lord Narayana, Lord Shri Krishna. And this is how Nilamba Chakravarti teaches all of us that we can validate and understand who is the true Yuga Avatar.
অপরাধে দূরে যাবে পাবে প্রেম ধন অপরাধে ওরে অপরাধে দূরে যাবে পাবে প্রেম ধন নিতাই চৈতন্য বলে নাচ রে আমার মন দয়া নিতাই চৈতন্য বলে দয়াল নিতাই চৈতন্য বলে নাচ রে আমার মন নামে অপরাধ বিচার তো নাই হে নামে অপরাধ বিচার তো নাই নামে অপরাধ বিচার তো নাই হে তখন কৃষ্ণ নামে রুচি হবে গুছিবে বন্ধন তখন কৃষ্ণ নামে তখন কৃষ্ণ নামে রুচি হবে গুছিবে বন্ধন তখন কৃষ্ণ নামে দয়ানিতাই চৈতন্য বলে নাচ রে আমার মন দয়ানিতাই চৈতন্য বলে দয়ানিতাই চৈতন্য বলে নাচ রে আমার মন দয়ানিতাই চৈতন্য বলে নামে অনুরক্ত হবে হে কৃষ্ণ নামে অনুরক্ত হবে হে তখন অনায়াসে সফল হবে জীবের জীবন তখন অনায়াসে সফল হবে জীবের জীবন দয়ানিতাই চৈতন্য বলে নাচ রে আমার মন 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 দয়ানিতাই চৈতন্য বলে নাচ রে আমার মন কৃষ্ণ রাধি বিনা জীবন তো মিছে হে কৃষ্ণ রাধি বিনা জীবন তো মিছে হে এসে বৃন্দাবনে রাধা শ্যামের পাবে দর্শন গৌর কৃপা হলে হে গৌর কৃপা হলে হে এসে বৃন্দাবনে রাধা শ্যামে পাবে দর্শন এসে বৃন্দাবনে নিতাই চৈতন্য বলে নাচ রে আমার মন দয়াল নিতাই চৈতন্য বলে দয়াল নিতাই চৈতন্য বলে নাচ রে আমার মন 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 হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল Hari bol, 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 Hari bol,
Pranamanandi, Hari Hari Bol. How beautiful, huh? Thank you so much, Anjana Prabhu. Thank you so much. So beautiful. Thank you. Nachre Maraman. In this bhajan, the poet explains on how Mahaprabhu dances in our mind, and this is precisely what Mahaprabhu exhibited within a few days of his birth. Now, the pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are extensive, and I strongly encourage, if you have some time over tomorrow and definitely on Tuesday, to just try to enter into Mahaprabhu's pastimes as a child. And this is primarily because as a child, Mahaprabhu did not hide his Supreme Personality. He would tease his parents. He would tease his relatives and tease his guests as to how he's actually the Supreme Godhead, but yet no one believed him. And you really have to read these pastimes to understand how this contradiction in his pastimes were possible. As Mahaprabhu began to crawl on the grounds in his home, Shachi Mata and Jagannath Mishra, they would notice the symbols of Lord Narayana marked all over the house. And sometimes they would ignore it because they thought they were dreaming. And sometimes, like parents do in the evening, they have their confidential conversation without speaking about the obvious issue on their mind. That took place once or twice. And they both tried to understand, why are the grounds of our home full of the marks of the Shank, Chakra, Gada, and Padma, the Meena, the Vajra? Why is our home full of these marks? And the Jagannath Mishra once mentioned that in our home, we worship a Damodar Shila. Now, I didn't realize until recently that in the home of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, according to Vrindavan Das Thakur, the deity they worshipped was the Damodar Shila. And for those who have attended the Prakatya Utsav Kathas of Shri Radharman Devju, here is another connection as to why, see, I'm now digressing, okay? I'll just do 2 minutes, okay? As to why Chaitanya Mahaprabhu appeared after he departed in the hands of Gopal Bhatta Goswami as a Damodar Shila. The same Damodar Shila which was the Ishtadev in his home. So something for you to think about in a future katha perhaps. But Jagannath Mishra said, maybe Krishna steps out of our Damodar Shila in our house and goes for a walk around the garden, the lounge, and the bedroom. So perhaps Krishna is doing this. It's obviously not our child. But then what would happen is sometimes after Shachi Mata would finish breastfeeding her baby, she would see, once she noticed, that on the reddish feet of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, which is the same color as pomegranate juice. One of my second favorite juices after coconut, in case you're wondering why I'm speaking about pomegranates. Also, interestingly, in Sanskrit, it's called dadima. Har rog ka nivaran, dadima. Okay? Pomegranate juice. Maybe that's why they call them dadima. Because of a pomegranate. My daddy didn't like me too much, actually. She always thought I was creating problems. And I was always very innocent. So anyway, it's another story. Okay, so where was I? So then Sachi Mata saw that on the feet of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu are those very same marks that are being left all over the house. But she couldn't understand why these marks formed on her baby's feet. And that is when she asked her father to explain. And that's when the father came and he read the horoscope of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu to the parents, his daughter Shachi and Jagannath. And at that time, the scriptures explain that there was a Brahmin who suddenly, as it happens in Vedic pastimes, bing, and a personality appears. Or the Akashvani, right? The very famous Akashvani. No one knows who the name is of that person, but it speaks suddenly. So this Brahmin appeared. Now, according to my personal speculation or my personal anuman, it seems like it's Lord Brahma with the way he speaks at that moment. This Brahmin appears and says to Nilamba Chakravarti that what you are reading in the horoscope of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, I can confirm to you that all of the various placements of the planets and the houses in the zodiacs is not only the identification of God, but I can tell you more. And then this Brahmin began to go deeper into the astrological chart. And he started speaking about that this personality will be spreading the Maha Mantra, establishing Yoga Dharma, and he gave an entire synopsis in advance of his biography. But you can read this in the Chaitanya Bhagavat. Yes, in the Chaitanya Bhagavat, you'll read this in there. Chaitanya Charitamrita summarizes a few points of this. After this moment, it was at that point when the Nanaji, Nilamba Chakravarti, he said, today is an auspicious day, let us perform the name-giving ceremony. And based upon the astrological chart of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he was named Vishwambara. And because Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is a regular avatar, because he is a manifestation of Krishna and Shri Radharani in a combined form, his name is throughout the scriptures. For example, in the Atharva Ved, there's a very beautiful prayer which says, Om Vishwambhara Vishvenama Barasapahi Swaha. And this prayer is a hymn to Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And it was from this prayer that the very same name is identical to the name-giving ceremony that his Nanaji gave to him. And then the second name they gave to him was Navadvip Chandra. The name of Sri Krishna Chaitanya was given to him at the age of 24, which is a pastime we won't get into because that is in his adult pastimes, when he was given sannyas. That is a sannyas name, Sri Krishna Chaitanya. But his birth name was Vishwambar, and the second name, the Dvitiya Naam, was Navadvip Chandra. Once, as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu began to slightly walk, he began to play with his friends, his neighbors' friends, and Sachimata once brought him kheer, sweet rice and sandesh, and said to Nimai, said to Vishwambar, that during your break, you have the sweet rice and the sandesh. When Sachimata came back to collect Nimai, she saw that he was eating dirt and he hadn't touched the kheer or the sandesh. And when Mother Shachi asked him, why did you not eat the kheer and sandesh and why are you eating dirt? Chaitanya Mahaprabhu revealed his mind. He said to his mother, because dirt, sandesh and kheer are all the same. Everything is one. The very same philosophy that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu very adamantly tried to show limitations of later on in his life. Sachimata said to him, who has taught you this speculation? Who has taught you this wrong philosophy? And that is when, through his mother, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu initiated his mission. Sachimata mentioned that sweets are a transformation of dirt. But please note that earth, when transformed into grain, is healthy, while eating dirt on its own makes you sick. Therefore, it's not the same. I can bring water in earth transformed into a water pot. It will carry the water to you. But if I pour the water on a lump of dirt, it will soak it up. It is not the same. Sweets are sweets and dirt is dirt. It is not all one. It is simultaneously the same and different on account of its transformation. This is the supreme message that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu later on propagated in the form of Achintya Bhed Abhed Tattva to explain why all of us are the same as Krishna, yet different. Krishna is like an ocean. We are like drops in the ocean. We have the same flavor, the same qualities as the ocean. But in quantity, we are very different. So this philosophy of Mahaprabhu, his mother taught him. The Achintya Bheda Tattva philosophy. As he grew up and he began to enact many mischievous pastimes, you can read about this in the Chaitanya Charitamrita. There is the famous pastime of a mendicant Brahmin who was wandering around Navadvip in search of Lord Shri Krishna. This mendicant Brahmin, he walked past the home of Jagannath Mishra, and as they would normally say, Bhiksham Dehi. At that point, Jagannath Mishra came out of his home and he said to this Brahmin, please come and stay in my home as our guest. It will be our pleasure and our great fortune to serve you. This Brahmin said, however, I am a traveling monk. I'm a traveling mendicant, and I don't eat from the hands of anyone. What a nice guest to have, huh? Isn't it? For once, try to find a guest like this will make your life so much more easier. Nowadays, guests come for the purpose of eating. This is the guest saying, I don't eat from your hands. So Jagannath Mishra said to him, why is that? And he explained that over my neck, I have a murti of Bar Gopal and a Shaligram Shila. And I only eat what I cook and offer to them. Actually, even today, there are some Gaudiya Vaishnavas who, during their initiation, they are not allowed to eat from anyone's hands. Only what they cook, they offer to the deity, and only that they can eat. So even today, people practice this. I know a few people who practice this particular vow. It's like the 5th and the 6th vow they have outside in some other Gaudiya Vaishnava institutions. So Jagannath Mishra said, no problem. I will give you the ingredients and you can then cook. What happened after this is going to demonstrate how Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu began to reveal himself as the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
Dee তিলাঞ্জলি একুলে ও কুলে মই দিল তিলাঞ্জলি একুলে ও কুলে মই দিল তিলাঞ্জলি রাখি হো চরণে মোরে আপনার বালি রাখি হো চরণে মোরে রাখি হো চরণ মোরে আপনার বালি রাখি হো চরণ মোরে আপনার বালি গৌরাঙ্গ তুমি মোরে দয়ানাচারি গৌরাঙ্গ वसुदेव घोष बोले चरण धरियो वसुदेव घोष बोले चरण धरियो वसुदेव घोष बोले चरण धरियो वसुदेव घोष बोले कृपा करि राखो मोरे कृपा करि राखो कृपा करि राखो मोरे कृपा करि राखो मोरे कृपा करि राखो मोरे पद छाया दिया पद छाया दिया गौरांग तुमी मोरे दया नचरी गौरांग না করিও রঙ্গ চরণে রাখে চরণে রাখে চরণে রাখে চরণে রাখে গৌরাঙ্গ তুমি মোরে দয়ানাচারি দয়ানাচারি
Thai go Premanandi Hari Hari Wo. So beautiful, huh? We should just have bhajans. So nice. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. 5 minutes, okay? So the Brahmin said, fine, bring me my ingredients, but please note, I only eat fruits and roots. But Jagannath Mishra said, no, today, please serve your Bal Gopal and Shaligam Shila, sabjis, rice, bhat, and many, many varieties of dishes. He said, fine. So they washed the kitchen, they cleaned it, and they made it pure for the Brahmin. He came and he cooked. After cooking a feast, and you all know how much time and effort it takes to cook a feast. After cooking a feast, he sat down with so much joy and love in his heart. He placed the deity of the Shaligram and Bar Gopal in front of him, and he would recite, he was initiated in a 6-syllable Gopal mantra. He began to recite the Gopal mantra. And this Gopal mantra, when he was reciting it, it called and it rang in the ears of 4-year-old Vishwambhar. And while this Brahmin was ringing the bell and reciting this Gopal mantra, it attracted the attention of 4-year-old Vishwambhar. And he came walking and he stood right beside the deity of Bal Gopal and the Shaligram, and he did exactly what the Brahmin was praying for. 4-year-old Vishwambar placed his hands into the dishes and began to eat them. And the Brahmin, while he was reciting the prayers, he heard the sound of somebody munching and somebody eating. And when he opened his eyes, he saw this close to his face, a baby little boy smiling with huge, huge smiles, and in between his mouth and teeth and lips were the various sabjis and the rice that he was offering. And this Brahmin began to scream, "How you have absolutely contaminated my offerings to my deities." Jagannath Mishra, who was in the other room because the door was closed for the offering, as we do so today, he ran inside, unable to understand or comprehend what is going on. And when he saw what had happened, that his 4-year-old boy was eating the offering to Lord Vishnu, Jagannath Mishra, he held his head with his hands and began to cry. And from his tears, he then, for the very first time, raised his voice and started to exhibit anger towards his 4-year-old baby boy who was smiling and enjoying the wonderful bhoga that the Brahmin had made. He was a very exceptional, good cook. Jagannath Mishra, he raised his hand. Vrindavan Das Thakur explains, he raised his hand, and that is when the Brahmin stood up and he said, you can't do this. You're meant to be an Aryan. How can you raise your hand against a child? He's just a child. He doesn't know what is good or wrong. If you raise his hand, I will leave. And he protested. So Jagannath Mishra said, okay, but please, please cook again, because my desire has not been fulfilled. He said, look, Krishna doesn't want me to eat all this food today. Just give me some fruits. Jagannath Mishra, his wife Shachi, his friends, his relatives, all began to beg and weep. That is when the Brahmin agreed to cook again. But this time, he asked Shachi Mata, take Nimai to the neighbor's house. Place him in the house and close the door. So Shachi Mata said, fine. The Brahmin was cooking, and while the Brahmin was cooking, Nimai was in his neighbor's house, and the ladies said to him, they loved him so much. They said, Nimai, do you even know what caste this Brahmin is from? Even among the Brahmins, they were low and high. Yeah? How do you know that he is from a high-class Brahmin family? By you eating his offerings, you've lost your own caste. Nimai said, I'm just a cowherd boy. And I eat from the hands of Brahmins, any Brahmin. The ladies could not understand what he was trying to explain about himself. That actually he's Govindadev, he's a Gopal. And then, while the Brahmin began to cook once again, and again, he offered and he rang the bell, chanted a Gopala mantra. At that point, Nimai was unable to keep himself in the neighbor's home because the Brahmin's mantra chanting was attracting his attention. So Nimai, he cast an illusion over his neighbor's home and all who were assembled, keeping him behind, and Nimai vanished, antardhan hue, and at that point Nimai appeared again, ping, in front of the Brahmin. Same thing happened. Brahmin started to hear the munch, 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 and right in front of his face was the bright moon-like face of Vishwambar eating the offering again. The Brahmin again began to shout. Actually, in the Chaitanya Bhagavat, it says, hi, hi. You know, we would say in India, Satyanas, right? But they said hi, hi, right? Same thing happened. 60 seconds, Chitin? Okay, 60 seconds. Okay, I just got to finish this off. Then the Brahmin, he began to say, hi, hi, ye kya ho gaya? And then Jagannath Mishra, he couldn't believe he was in the neighbor's home. How did he appear once again in front of the Brahmin, beside Shalagram and the deity of Gopal? This time, Jagannath Mishra actually lifted the stick. And Nimai, his face turned from smile to fear, and he ran. And Jagannath Mishra chased him all over the home. The Brahmin was saying, leave him, he's just a boy. Jagannath Mishra said, this boy is gonna get beat. It's actually the words in the Chaitanya Bhagavat. And at that point, they were running after each other, and he was unable to hold baby Vishwambar behind. And that is when, at that point, Jagannath Mishra, he seriously began to weep. And the Brahmin said, look, enough is enough. Just give me some fruits and I will be satisfied. Jagannath Mishra wasn't even able to speak. At that point, the most beautiful and the most handsome personality entered into the home of Jagannath Mishra. His eyes were blooming like lotus petals. His face had the complexion of the moon with the sun focusing behind it. It was the bright moon, effulgent. It was none other than the elder son of Jagannath Mishra, Vishwarup. And when Vishwarup entered the scene, this Brahmin immediately became attracted to him, Balaram himself. And that is when Vishwarup, requested the Brahmin, folding his hands, please cook again. The Brahmin said, only because I'm attracted to you, I'll do so. The Brahmin cooked again, but this time they placed Vishwambar into a room, tied him up, and Jagannath Mishra sat outside the door of the room, saying, I am not going to move from here. But what happened was, night had begun. And the Brahmin, as he began to chant the mantras, once again, Vishwambara, he sent Nidra Devi, the goddess of sleep. So if you ever having difficulty sleeping, you chant Om Nidraya Namaha. And Shirada, as Nidra Devi, she put everybody to sleep. Even Jagannath Mishra. Everybody, sab so gaye. Everybody fell asleep. And this time, Vishwambara, he stood in front of the Brahmin again. And as the Brahmin rang the bell and started to chant, Vishwambara digged his fingers into the paneer, the saag, the dal, the rice, and he was eating and eating and eating. And this time the Brahmin, when he said, hi, hi, nobody woke up. They were all asleep. And this time, Mahaprabhu, he showed his 8-armed form. 4 hands of Lord Vishnu, 2 hands eating makan, and the other 2 hands playing the flute. And Vishwambar said to him, my dear Brahmin, you did the same thing when I was in Vrindavan, when I came as Krishna. We do this every avatar. You come to ask me to eat, and I come to eat, and I bestow upon you my love and my benediction. It is in this way that Chaitanya Mahaprabhu did so many pastimes to demonstrate to everybody how he is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I am very sorry for being 5 minutes over schedule. I wish you all a very happy God Purnima. Please read, please study, but please focus upon the childhood pastimes of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, because really that is where I believe the nectar lies. I looked at the Slido. I believe I've answered all the questions as I was speaking. If there are any more, you can please pass them on and I'll attempt to reply online. Thank you all so much. Please forgive me for any mistakes. Thank you all to our musicians and to our singers. Wishing you a happy Gaur Purnima. Nithai Gaur Paramanandi. Hari Hari Bol. Shri Prabhupada ki jai. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki jai.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause to Sri Radharaman. Prabhuji, thank you very much. It's funny because I send him one message and I'm like, would you like to do a musical katha? Most of us here would be like,